Hey, Cupcake. How are y'all doing today? Uh, uh, okay. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on what time zone you're from. Hi, guys. Look at all y'all there. Welcome, welcome. Dude, I am really looking forward to today. But now, before we talk about what's going to be happening, let's get some introductions out of the way, shall we? My name is Ryzar Blazenfang, one heck of a Dinoboi from first stage production EN second generation Ravenous. And today, we are going to be having a little group study session together as we dive into the wonders of the tarot. Oh, this is gonna be so exciting. Hello. Same here. I'm still a bit under the weather myself. I don't feel it as weak anymore, although my throat is still a bit cheeky. But I'm all good. It's all good. Actually, I just came from the store real quick. I was actually supposed to go to the gym as well before stream, but I ended up taking a bit longer than errands I was taking care of, so I didn't get to go to the gym anymore. I'm still in my gym clothes, actually. I'll probably go to the gym after this. Yeah, because I got some I needed to pay for some things, bills, and I also had some supplies I needed to get. I do have my throat ain't as bad though, cause I have this powdery thing I got from Japan, which I believe it was I think it was Safimane that got it for me. I don't know what it's called exactly, but it's like these it's this powdered substance in a sachet. It kind of reminds me of, those like long kind of chopstick thin-ish sachets that they have for like coffees or creamers. That's kind of what it's in. And then what you do is you put it direct in your mouth, let it dissolve on your tongue, and then once it's a little bit dissolved, you start kind of pushing it towards your throat, and it actually works quite interestingly. Again, I am just constantly amazed by the things that Japan has to offer. They're just straight up on top of all this stuff. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Like, not just me, but I've heard of some people kind of being under the weather. I think it also comes with maybe the season, mayhaps. So, how we all doing? Hey, show of hands, by the way. Who has been looking forward to our tarot stream? I know we have quite a number of tarot enthusiasts in chat. Can I see a show of hands? Yeah. While I wait to see those show of hands, let's check out some of these roar outs, by the way. Thank you so much to Eons of Eon. Thank you for being part of the Blazing Gang. We have Mr. Johan, terima kasih for the one recruitment, along with Kitty-chan, arigatou gozaimasu for the one recruitment. Sayori-chan, thank you for the mint chocolate. Raizupa, hello, Rai. How are you? Sending, there's my hugs, there's my kisses, and there's my headpats. Sayori-chan, thank you for the lovely treat. I adore you so much for always leaving a cute little treat for your Dinoboi. Oh, wow. A lot of y'all have been looking forward to today. I love it. Mia, thank you for the 5 recruitments. Thank you so much, Mia Moore. Mr. Don, terima kasih for the mint chocolate Raizupa. It's the lemon. Ratatarana, thank you for the 1 recruitment. Bun Moe, thank you for the 1 recruitment. Ice Kaifi! Hey, Kai! Long time no see. Hope you've been well. It's so good to see you. Maraming salamat sa cotton candy Raizupa. Chuma, thank you for the blueberry Raizupa as well. I did not know you had an interest in tarot. Yeah, I've been quite interested for a while now. I'd say, I don't know. I never really thought of why I never took time to indulge in my interest in this stuff, you know? But I think maybe the timing's right. Maybe I just needed to wait to be with my Ryzars. Maybe the universe said, maybe just wait a little bit more. We're going to be introducing you to some people that you're going to have lots of love and care for so much, and you'll be able to have a good time learning about tarot from there. And I guess this is the time. Yeah, maybe the time is now. We finally made it. I actually own a deck. I own the classic deck. Okay, let me try to recall. Well, I think my general interest in tarot. Yeah, you know, actually, let's talk about that. Let's go ahead and begin with why I decided to do the stream. And Elton, thank you for the blueberry Rizupa. And hey, Andromeda Rina, thank you so much. Or Kopkun Makap for the mint chocolate Rizupa. Honey lemon drink will help clear your throat, dear. Ooh, you know what? I should have gotten some honey lemon while I was outside. Speaking of which, okay, before we start going hard in on this topic, if you guys don't mind, I'm just gonna get some water real quick. I forgot to refill my trusty flask here. Make sure to get some drinks as well, because it's gonna be a lengthy talking session we're gonna be going through today. We have a lot of we're gonna be going through the major arcana today, and I saw, like, I was wondering, like, will we be able to go through all the major arcana today? But yes, let's do that. Okay, I'll go get some water. Okay, I'm watching you guys. I'm looking at the Ryzars that like to. Okay, one sec. You know, I wasn't going to be taking that long to get water, guys. It's not like I went to the bathroom or anything. It was just a quick refill. Oh, go get water again? I got you. One sec. Oh, would you look at that? I almost finished my water. Let me go get some more. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. You guys, I swear. I freaking swear. The first thing I see as I go back to my monitor looking at chat is all the colors. Bro. There's nothing happening though. Can you grab more water and then come back again later? 1 sec. Wait. Almost there. Oh, would you look at that? I finished my water again. 1 sec. Let me go get some more one last time. Be right back. Okay. All right. I'm very hydrated right now, so I think I'm good. That's a lot of water. Whew. What is this? What is this? Uh-huh. What is this? Mi amor, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Mr. Jawan, thank you for the mint chocolate Ryzupa. Auden, thank you for the blueberry Ryzupa. Mi amor, thank you for the pandana Ryzupa. Raywa, thank you for the one recruitment. Cat, thank you for the banana Ryzupa. Vintage, happy 15 months. Hi. I always had a slight interest in tarot and oracle decks. Ooh, but never was able to truly read and learn about them. Now I get to learn with Rai. Heck yeah, we get to learn together. Thank you again, Vintage. Bun Moe, thank you for the mint chocolate Ryzupa. And thank you for, oh my god, I'm so full from the water. And thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Auden, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Starfish, thank you for the one recruitment. Tristan, thank you for, 9 months, 3 months away from 1 year. Wait, 9 months, you know what that means. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? Red Stars, thank you for the mint chocolate Ryzupa. Chua, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Bleh, that's crazy. Mr. Joan, thank you for the one recruitment. Auden, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Mi amor, thank you for the 5 recruitments. I'm Starfish, thank you for the one recruitment. Sandria, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Ellen Elcham, thank you for the blueberry Ryzupa. Red Stars, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Bun Moe, thank you for the one recruitment. Anna, thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Have a bathroom break first. I'm fine for now. Give it about 30 minutes to an hour, then I'll need to go. And thank you for the cotton candy Ryzupa. You saw nothing. Yeah, I saw nothing. Sure. We wait 30 minutes, bro. Are you starting a timer or something? Is this the bladder watching stream? Where you like, place your bet. And how many minutes is Ryra gonna need to go to the bathroom to pee? Oh, man. But anyway, goodness gracious, we are going way off what we intended to do today. So let's talk about today's stream, shall we? Oh wow, you guys are actually putting in your bets. That's crazy. But yeah, going back to tarot. So I've always had an interest in tarot ever since I was a wee young Dinoboi. I think, like, you know, like the magics and mystics, I've had it pique my interest probably because of the media I consumed, like cartoons, movies, TV shows. And it's already even countdown starts now. Guy, thank you so much for the cotton candy. No, I'm still gonna call you Iced. Iced. Thank you for the cotton candy, Ryzupa. Yeah, and I think it just deepened even further, especially when it come out in games like Persona, for example. Now, for those of you that have played the Persona series, like Persona 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, I don't know why it's 3, 4, 5. It's something that you see quite often as a recurring theme. And on top of that, I think what ultimately was the deciding factor as to me wanting to pursue it was during a trip in 2019. As you guys know, one of my bestest, closest friends is Ty. And he was the guy that got me into meditation, relaxation, self-care, enjoying your own company, finding your peace. And one of the discussions that we've had in the past is about tarot, which he learned from a friend. And then it was actually, he was the person that gave me my first reading ever. This was in 2019. And then after that session, I actually bought, I'm not sure if I still have it back at the Dino Fam house, but I did buy my own tarot deck eventually, which is like the updated version of the Rider-Waite tarot deck. That was my first deck ever. And unfortunately, I never really got to pursue it any further than that. Fast forward, I eventually reconnected with a friend who not only is an avid fan of these things, but also they even run their own shop. They do their readings at conventions and events and so on. So, the funny thing is that, did I ever tell you guys about how I actually got my tarot reading in the process of me joining FSP? And I was very skeptical at the time. I was very, very skeptical at the time because the cards were telling me that this was my moment, that this was something that I worked towards, and that something that I wanted for so long and hoped for was going to manifest. And I'm gonna be real, I was somewhat skeptical because although I've talked about this during my auditions before, sorry, not auditions, but when I was applying for FSP, I was in the mindset that this role is mine. Like, there is no better person that could come into existence as your Dinoboi other than me. But of course, at the same time, I'd still always have that side of me that was nervous, that was bracing myself for no matter what, even if I don't get in, I did my best. And so when I got that reading, of course I wanted to believe it, right? I wanted to believe that that reading was going to come true. But at the same time, you have to remember there's like hundreds over thousands of people that apply for things like this. And you always think like, am I going to be one of the lucky amongst the hundreds and thousands? And all of a sudden, boom. Just as the card said, and with the right mindset, well, you can see where that got me, right? So, and I think I've also managed to meet people that really moved me when it comes to tarot. I remember Uki was one of them, actually, seeing their interest in tarot and watching them do their readings on stream in the past. Not only Uki, but the friend I mentioned, the one that owns like their own shop and does conventions and stuff like that. She in turn introduced me to another friend who, wait, let me check their, oh no, I don't have my phone on me because it's charging in my bed. But she not only does readings, but she taught us something about are you guys familiar with the was it Vedic? Do you guys know what I'm saying? Like where like you find out about your like star or something by giving your exact birth date, the exact time you were born. Yeah, you guys are familiar with that, yeah? So we actually had a session before where we did that too. And never have I met someone that, have you ever met someone and you just look at them and you're like, they were born to do this. They have the best vibe for it. They're the most convincing person ever for the role. Like, it's as though they were destined to be in the position that they are. And they had an aura about them. Yeah, the charts relating to the and that's when I started like becoming so much more interested, because I'm a big believer in destiny, right? I'm a big believer in the universe making things happen and things happening for a reason. So it took a while to find the right opportunity, but then I forgot what discussion we had in the past where it kind of opened up the topic of tarot. But knowing that I have a lot of Ryzars that are actually into this, it just made me very excited that not only do I get to study this topic with you guys, but I also get to, I get to do it knowing that there are people that are just as enthusiastic about this as I am. And furthermore, might actually be able to help me learn more. Right? So, yeah, I think I'm in good company with my Ryzars as we dive into this lesson today. We have many knowledgeable cupcakes. I heard. So, okay. Let me explain how we're going to go about this stream today. We're going to be going over the major arcana one by one. Like I said, I'm unsure if we're going to be able to go through all the major arcana today. Ideally, we do, but you'll just never know how long these discussions are going to go for, right? And what I will say is, for today's stream, we will allow longer chats, okay? Just always make sure to stay on topic. You're allowed to converse in chat today. This is going to be one of those exceptions where you will be allowed to have conversation in chat today. As long as that topic is on topic with the arcana we are focused on. That's my condition for our study session today. Yeah. And yo, by the way, the gorgeous model, thank you for the 4 months with the blazing thing. Love that name. Vic, thank you for the pumpkin rizupa. We can learn together too. Hell yeah. That's what's gonna make it really fun. Like I have a little study buddy, right? A very cute study buddy. And Lane, thank you for the 2 months with the blazing gang. Yay, 2 months. And Luigi, thank you for the 2 months as well. I read tarot too, so I look forward to studying with you. Yay, 2 months. Happy 2 months, Cupcake. Let's go. Yep. Conversation okay. Stay on topic. Exactly. All right. Let me... Okay, to start off this session, I feel like it'll be perfect to get in the mood. Coincidentally, I got a delivery today. I bought a lamp, and not only is it any regular lamp, it is a candle warmer. So I'm gonna be turning on this candle warmer to, you know, get into mystical mood. I had also recently purchased oh wait, sorry, quick side story. I'm very proud of this. So I went to my local shopping center, and because they have like a flower section, like a artificial flower plant section, right? And they didn't quite have the vase that I wanted. I was looking for something small, almost cup sized, but they ran out of a lot of the things, and I wanted it in white. The problem is they had all the colors. They had a lot of options for all the other colors except white. So I almost went home disappointed because I really wanted to get like a plant for my desk. But I had a big brain moment. So what I did was I stopped looking at the vases, and you know what I did? I went to like a bathroom where they sell like the bathroom stuff, and I was banking on, I went to like the kitchen stuff first and then the bathroom stuff. The kitchen stuff, they had some potential vessels. So I found like a lot of bottles which could be used as vases, like would aesthetically be nice. But I was really set on wanting like a white vessel, right? And when I went to the bathroom section, I found this cup, which, because, you know, if I'm going to use it as a vase, right, it has to have some weight to it. So it was like, it's like this marble-ish textured cup. So because of it being kind of marbly, it has some weight to it. And it was the perfect, it was like exactly the size I wanted. It was exactly the color I wanted. So I kind of I did a little hack where I bought, and by the way, this cup is intended for like as a toothbrush holder, right? Yeah, like a fancy toothbrush cup, exactly. So I got that. I brought it to the flower section, and then I started like trying out different flowers to put in it. So yeah, I managed to repurpose the toothbrush cup into a vessel for flowers that I can put on my desk. So that's a tip. If ever you can't quite find the vessel you want, if you're trying to shop for flowers and plants, try to look at the kitchen section and the bathroom section. You might find something that suits your needs. If you're looking for a small vessel, of course. It might be tricky if you're looking for something big, but for something small, you'd be surprised. Anyway, sorry, I've been postponing. I've been keeping you guys in suspense from this discussion. I'm new here. Saw that we are learning about tarots today. Yeah, you're right on time. We're actually just about to get started. Okay. Okay, so I came prepared. Favorite yes. Favorite flower. Good question. Technically on topic, right? With what we were So my favorite flower, which is what I have, is I'm not sure if these are lavenders actually. They look like lavenders, but they're not. So the artificial flowers, like, actually, you know what? I'll tell you what. I'm pretty sure I can take a picture of this and post. So I'll take a picture of the flowers and I'll post it on social media, okay? I'll have it checked by Manasan. Can you guys remind me? If I forget to do it, if I don't post anything tomorrow before the next stream, can you give me heads up next stream to remind me? Yeah, I should be able to post. We like hearing your home decorating updates. Yeah! I like sharing because I like having a nice cozy space. By the way, if you all are wondering what today's scent is under my candle warmer, it's a lavender bergamot because I just like lavender scents. Okay, let's get started, shall we? So don't worry, I have a visual for you guys so that you know which one we're on. Let me double check if I have it right. Okay. Talking about the major arcana. So, from what I know, let's talk about major arcana first, generally speaking. So, according to my information here, we're gonna be talking about the Rider Waite tarot deck, particularly, in case there are like other tarot decks which have like different numbers. So the Rider Waite tarot deck has a total of 78 cards, 56 minor arcana, and 22 major arcana. So as I mentioned, we're going to be focusing on the major arcana today. And should we manage to get through all of them, there is a total of 22, which starts from the number 0 to the number 21. So from what I can see right off the bat here, the major arcana, the immediate difference I see between the major arcana and the minor arcana is the major arcana from 0 to 21 are all unique, right? While the minor arcana, there's like 4 of them, and they're divided into 4 different categories of sorts. Just to briefly touch on them, the minor arcana being wands, cups, swords, and pentacles. I just realized, which also is mentioned in this information, the thing that the minor arcana immediately reminded me of is a deck of playing cards, like the clubs, hearts, spades, and diamonds. I didn't realize that these corresponded to like actual playing cards. It makes so much sense now. Interesting. That's actually pretty interesting. Huh. I guess we'll learn more about them once we go into the minor arcana in the future. You can use playing cards for tarot too. Ooh. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Let's go to the major. Also, heads up in advance, in case you might be wondering, I had to censor some of the tarot cards because YouTube's new detection system is kind of a butt sometimes. So just to make sure that YouTube doesn't accidentally flag us, I had to censor some of the cards. Okay, let's do this. Our first tarot in the lineup is the Fool. Okay. So Let the fun begin. Now, looking at the illustration, let's focus on the illustration first. So, for the Rider Weight deck, which will be our point of reference for today, the Fool is shown. Okay, so it's a young man in the illustration, and the Fool is essentially walking almost unknowingly to the edge. We can probably do both, I guess. We do the upright, and then we could also briefly touch on the inverse if you guys have insights. Okay. Yeah, it looks like they're literally about to walk off a cliff. Oh. Yeah, yeah. Okay. What do you guys see from the image? Feel free to discuss. Alright, let me just bring my single monitor struggles. Yeah. Okay. His outfit is kind of fire. Yeah. Looks like it's holding a stick with a... Okay. Stick with the bag, and then a flower in the other hand. And then they have a pet beside them. Interesting. Okay. So I'm gonna read this part. So as far as the interpretation, so tarot card interpretation, the Fool is interpreted as the protagonist of a story, and the major arcana are the path the Fool takes through the great mysteries of life. This path is known traditionally in cartomancy as the Fool's Journey, and is frequently used to introduce the meaning of major arcana cards to beginners. Oh. That makes sense, I guess, especially since Fool is number 0 and the opening major arcana. At least that's how some systems interpret the Fool. Some say the dog represents the people trying to get the Fool's attention from going on their journey. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, because like you look at the dog, like the pet on the side, and like you could look at it at two different ways. Either it's the animal trying to get the attention of the Fool, but when you look at the Fool, right, they're just kind of looking upward, not giving a damn. Like truly like the fool in a way. It's either that or maybe they're just as excited as the fool to go on whatever journey it may be. Now, according to association, the fool card, when upright, is associated with folly, mania, extravagance, intoxication, delirium, frenzy, and bereavement. If it's in reverse, it's negligence, absence, distribution, carelessness, apathy, nullity, and vanity. Huh. These are some very choice associations. Huh. By the way, again, feel free to throw out anything, any insights you want to share in chat, okay? Like anything you want to share, feel free. Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong. For those that have practiced tarot, like sometimes you could also go off of feeling, right? And even though I've mentioned some of the associations here, that doesn't strictly mean that you have to follow those associations, right? At the end of the day, it really comes down to what you feel amidst when you're doing your reading, right? But it does help as a guide, I guess. And yeah, that's true. If you're doing an entire spread, you know, it's like you're connecting the dots in a way. Intuition, yes, that's a very good word for it. Intuition. There's a lot of intuition involved, I feel. I guess I can kind of see that's also an interesting thing to mention and highlight, right? Someone mentioned that especially after going through the keywords that the fool is associated with, you kind of initially get that feeling of negativity in a way, right? You hear these words and they're normally associated, or you usually hear them in contexts where it's negative. Like again, folly, mania, extravagance, intoxication, delirium, frenzy, negligence, absence, distribution, carelessness, apathy, nullity, vanity. But I think what's really fun to highlight here is another thing that was mentioned in chat is how all of this, once you get the full spread, sometimes the negative association when you read the spread as a whole, this is what I'm like theorizing here as a newbie learning about tarot. My assumption is that sometimes just because this is what the fool represents doesn't necessarily mean that the read as a whole means something negative. Right? Yeah. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Does anyone have anything they'd want to add on to this? Okay, so I looked into it more. Earlier, we were observing the illustration for the Fool. And one of the things that we took notice to is the flower in their hand, right? So, according to the symbolism for the white rose he holds in his hand, according to the information here, it says that the white rose is a symbol of freedom from baser desires. And then, on the other hand, we have the bag on a stick, which is like their possessions, which represents the untapped collective knowledge. Interesting. Diving into something head first. I like that. That's a good way to look at it. I would see that too. Like, okay, let's do this. We've heard about what the technical meta definition of the Fool Tarot is. All factors considered, it could be based off the information we got. It could be based off of vibe, intuition. What are you getting just looking at the Fool? What are you feeling looking at the Fool? I'd actually have to agree with the sentiment mentioned where, like, when I look at the Fool, it does look like the beginning. It looks like venturing into the unknown almost. And I recall the keywords that we were going over, which associates with the Fool, and it kind of makes sense in a way, because when you think of some of the journeys we've began, right? Some journeys that we've partaken in at the beginning aren't necessarily journeys where we knew all the answers, right? And sometimes, in order for you to begin these journeys, it doesn't necessarily require you to be the most knowledgeable, the most prepared. Sometimes you go into these journeys not knowing anything, not knowing much. Maybe you're just simply enthusiastic about the journey without really knowing anything about the journey and what it entails, right? So, like, when I think of the reverse of the Fool, on the other hand, it reminds me of, if I look at the keywords, negligence, absence, distribution, carelessness, apathy, nullity, vanity. It's almost like what negative views you can have in association to a journey. Like, I can understand why carelessness would be an association, because, you know, it's like sometimes you begin something without knowing the repercussions of what you're about to engage in. Or I can get vanity as well, because maybe you're simply starting this journey because of a certain pride that you feel. Maybe you're after the bragging rights of completing this journey, hence why you want to begin it in the first place. So it's like for glory, for conquest. And you see, that's another fun thing, by the way. The mention of, you also have to remember, and this is why I think tarot is so interesting, because we're only looking at it within the illustration and context of the Rider Waite deck. But as of present reality, there's so many decks out there now. And as mentioned in chat, like with the different decks, there's different visuals, different illustrations, and the mood that we're getting from the Rider Waite deck might not necessarily be the mood you'd get off of a different deck, which really brings us to this situation where you can really read the tarot differently, like just by using two different decks, right? And I think that's what makes tarot fun. Not because it's not just simply from personal interpretation. Even just the visual of what deck you're working with could change your interpretation as well. Right? Yeah, really interesting. Very, very interesting that way. Okay. I think I have sufficient knowledge on what I want to know of the Fool. Shall we move on to the next one? Okay. Okay, next one. The Magician. Ooh, okay. It's interesting. Okay, the Magician. Which, interestingly enough, is number 1, right? Okay. First, let's start with the illustration from Rider Waite. So, the Magician is depicted with one hand pointing upwards towards the sky and the other pointing down to the earth. Ooh, okay. Which is interpreted widely as above, so below, reference to the spiritual and physical realms. On the table before him are a wand, a pentacle, a sword, and a cup, representing the 4 suits of the minor arcana. Such symbols signify the classic elements of fire, earth, air, and water, which lie like counters before the adept, and he adapts them as he will. The Magician's right hand, pointed upwards, holds a double-ended white wand. The ends are interpreted much like the hand gestures, in that they represent the Magician's status as a conduit between the spiritual and the physical. His robe is similarly also white, a symbol of purity, yet also of inexperience. Huh. While his red mantle is understood through the lens of red's wildly polarized color symbolism, both a representative of willpower and passion, and one of egotism, rage, and revenge. In front of the Magician is a garden of Rose of Sharon and Lily of the Valley, demonstrating the culture of aspiration, or the Magician's ability to cultivate and fulfill potential. Huh. Interesting. Gui, thank you so much for the pumpkin rice soupa. My Oshi's learning tarot? Let's go. I collect tarot decks, and I've been told I do a pretty good reading. My favorite deck is the Happy deck and Prisma Visions, Mira Visions. Good luck learning. Thank you, Gui. Thank you so much. We got a half rainbow today. Let's go. I just realized, like, all the supers combined, we have a half rainbow. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been really fun so far. Okay. Very interesting. This is like the Professor Oak of the tarot deck in a weird way. Because, like, if we talk strictly about the journey of the Fool, the Magician opens us up with 4 symbols, which, as mentioned, signifies the classical elements of fire, earth, air, and water. And furthermore, relative to the context of a journey, we talk about the white robes, which signifies and translates to purity and inexperience, right? Huh. Oh, wow. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't think there's an interpretation of I don't have any interpretations here. Huh. Okay. Okay. I'm looking through a book right now. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. So the Fool is, if the Fool was a fresh start with no baggage allowed, the Magician is all about potential made real. When this card shows up, it's your cue to stop manifesting in theory, living in the land of maybe, and start creating in the real world. You've got what it takes. Now take the first step. All right. Okay. Huh. So the Magician upright, it's like the universe just handed you a wand and said, go create something amazing. Standing between heaven and earth, one hand pointing up and the other down, the Magician is the ultimate channel, turning inspiration into action, ideas into outcomes. On the table in most decks, tools representing all 4 suits, aka your full survival kit of emotion, passion, intellect, and resources. So, translation, you've got everything you need. This card screams manifestation, confidence, and divine timing. Recite the spell, hit the send button, make the move. So it's literal, from what I'm getting, the upright is basically the just do it. Your time is now. Now, the magician reversed, however. So when the magician shows up reversed, something's off with the magic trick. This could be a case of self-doubt, imposter syndrome, or misusing your powers, whether it be intentionally or not. Are you spinning stories to impress others? Trying to talk yourself into something you don't really believe in? In less sparkly terms, the magician reverse can warn of manipulation, trickery, or an opportunity that looks amazing but lacks substance. Time to review. Are you being authentic, or are you just really good at playing the part? Interesting. So the magician is like, from how I'm understanding it, magician upright represents in its base form like going for the pursuit. While it's like, again, like I said, it's like your just do it moment. Like the time is now. You have all the ingredients to do so. You're on the right track. Go for it. While the interpretation I'm getting for reverse is, it's like there's a bug in the system. It's like, you know what the end goal is, but there's a flaw. There's something that you need to self-reflect on in a way. Right, yeah. True. It's like there's something wrong. There's something that needs to be addressed. And it could be an external factor, or it could be something internal. It could be something that's you, right? It could just simply come down to you particularly that might have the thing that's holding you back. What it might be, well, that's for the person getting the reading to figure out, right? Interesting. Okay. So basically, manifestation. Manifestation versus something off that doesn't let you reach the full potential of that manifestation. Huh. Wow. That's pretty smart, actually. Ah. Okay. I like that. I think the magician is pretty straightforward then. Perhaps not as straightforward in reverse, but it's very much straightforward upright. All right. Anything else you guys want to add on to the magician? Yeah. It's either missing an element or there's something off that you need to fine tune first. Figure out. Oh yeah, I didn't notice the infinity symbol on top. Bro. So to sum up what the magician represents, it's manifestation, resourcefulness, power, and action. Interesting. Okay. So that is the magician. Wow. I'm honestly finding this all very fascinating. Okay. Shall we proceed to the next tarot? Okay. So for the next tarot, yeah. If you guys have any you can also ask questions if it's related to the suit that we're discussing. Yeah, you can ask questions as well in chat, as long as it's related. Feel free. Feel free. Okay, let's go to the high priestess now. There we go. So for the high priestess. Oh. So for the high priestess, let's talk about the initial keywords. So the high priestesses, which is number 2 in the major arcana, keywords include intuition, subconscious, mystery, and sacred knowledge. Interesting. Let's go for all right. So within the realms of Rider-Waite, the high priestess is identified with the Shekinah, the female indwelling presence of the divine. She wears plain blue robes and sits with her hands in her lap. She has a lunar crescent at her feet, a horn diadem on her head, with a globe in the middle place, similar to the crown of ancient Egyptian goddess Hathor, but with the horns having a shape more like half crescents, and a large cross on her breast, balanced between the 4 elements: fire, water, earth, and air. The scroll in her hands, partly covered by her mantle, bears the letters Torah, meaning divine law, that symbolizes the memory we carry inside about the past, present, and future, named Akasha. She is seated between the white and black pillars J and B, for Jachin and Boaz, of the mystic Temple of Solomon. The veil of the temple is behind her. It is embroidered with palm leaves. Oh, okay. And pomegranates, female, growing on a tree shaped like the tree of life. The motif that hangs behind the high priestess's throne, revealing whatever mystery she guards, is suggested in the pattern of the empress's gown. The 2 are sisters, one bringing life into the world, the other inviting the living to the esoteric mysteries. Further behind appears a body of water, likely the sea, with water flowing through most cards of the Rider-Waite Smith Tarot. Oh. Okay. So, huh. So the High Priestess card is associated with secrets, mystery, the future as yet unrevealed, the woman who interests the current, if male, the current himself, if female, silence, tenacity, mystery, wisdom, science. If reversed, passion, moral or physical ardor, conceit, and surface knowledge. Huh. Are we... Any thoughts so far? Okay. So for the High Priestess, your intuition is not being subtle. It's like the card whispers, shh, listen. There's wisdom beneath the noise, but you'll miss it if you're too busy overthinking. The High Priestess invites you to trust your gut, especially when it doesn't make logical sense. Thoughts? When the High Priestess steps into your reading upright, it's a cosmic cue to slow down, go inward, and trust your intuition over external noise. Seated in most decks between black and white pillars, Book of Wisdom in her lap, and Crescent Moon at her feet, she's not interested in small talk. She's fluent in the language of dreams, symbols, and secrets. The High Priestess is that voice in your gut that says, don't send that text, or maybe you've got to speak up. This card invites you to pause and receive, rather than chase. Some things aren't meant to be revealed just yet, and that's okay. Now, if you get the High Priestess reversed, when the High Priestess turns upside down, your inner voice might be on mute or drowned out by fear, distractions, or denial. This reversal can point to a disconnection from your intuition, or worse, a willful ignoring of what you know deep down. Ooh. Sometimes this shows up as analysis paralysis. Other times, you're getting intuitive nudges but brushing them off because they're inconvenient. Newsflash! Just because something's hidden doesn't mean it's harmless. Pay attention to what's going on beneath the surface, especially if you're picking up on vibes that don't match the words being said. Okay. This one's like less straightforward than the initial two, almost. This kind of sounds like go with the flow. Like, upright, it feels like a go with the flow, almost. No, not even. No, it's not go with the flow, because there's also encouragement of pausing before acting, though. No, more like take your time, I guess. Yeah, self-reflection. There you go. I like that. Yeah. Self-reflection and intuition. Yeah, there you go. It's like go with the flow, but be intentional with it. An invitation to introspection. I like that. Yeah. It's like a call for attention. No. It's a call for you to pay attention. There you go. To pay attention to your thoughts and your intuition. It's basically telling you, hold up. Reflect. And the funny thing is that, because sometimes when you think of like, hold up, pause, it almost feels like a moment of paralysis in a way where it makes you hesitate, right? But that's not the intent of why the high priestess is making you pause. It's not to make you doubt yourself. It's to allow yourself to really listen to yourself more so. Yeah. That's what I'm getting at here. However, what I just said, if you get the high priestess in reverse, I think that's where the doubt comes in. It's still that pause, take a moment, but again, there's something off, right? The lack of self-belief, exactly. It's like upright, pause, self-reflect, follow your intuition. Reversed, pause, self-reflect, and recognize the potential doubt there. It's like, what's the hindrance? There's like a blocker in a way. There's like something you need to recognize in the process of following your intuition that might hinder you from doing so in the first place. That's what I'm getting at here. Okay. That's good. That's pretty good. What does the B and J stand for? Well, that... Here's some of these tabs because I have open right now. Okay, so the J and the B, Jacquin and Boaz. So just to TLDR the context, they were known to be two copper, brass, or bronze pillars which stood on the porch of Solomon's temple. They are used as symbols in Freemasonry and sometimes in religious architecture. Hey, Pan! He's a wizard. Wizardary. Also, I'm gonna be so real with you guys. We're probably not gonna be able to cover all the Arcana today. We'll probably do at least 1/3 of it today. And we'll need to continue. We'll need to do a continuation stream. Okay. But yeah, if you guys want to look into what the pillars are, try searching Boaz and Jachin. Or you can also try the pillars of Solomon's temple. You might be able to get it as well. Okay, next, shall we proceed to the Empress? Shall we go for the Empress now? Okay. I also definitely encourage you guys to do some more supplemental reading. You know, what we're tackling here is just the base, the 101 almost, but there's a lot of material out there that you can sink your teeth into 100%. What's my favorite tarot? That's a good question. I'm not sure yet, actually. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. We'll see, I guess. We'll see. Because I'm still learning about the meanings. So it's hard to tell what my favorite one is. Yeah. Probably once I know the meanings of all of them, then I'll know. Okay, the Empress. I almost said something else. So the Empress... keywords associated with the Empress right off the bat are abundance, nurturing, fertility, and nature. So basically kind of like mother in a way. Ooh. Okay, I don't have much information on the Empress as far as interpretation of the illustration. But as far as the interpretation of the card itself, it said that the Empress is the inferior as opposed to nature's superior, Garden of Eden, the earthly paradise. Waite defines her as a refugium peccatorum, a fruitful mother of thousands. She is above all things universal fecundity and the outer sense of the word, the repository of all things nurturing and sustaining, and of feeding others. So basically, mother. She's mother. The Empress has several associations. Upright, it's fruitfulness, action, initiative, length of days, the unknown, clandestine, also difficulty, doubt, and ignorance. Reversed is light, truth, the unraveling of involved matters, public rejoicings, and according to another reading, vacillate. What the frick is that? Okay, now if you're to interpret the Empress, like as a read, let's go further into it. So the Empress upright. The Empress shows up like a warm hug and a green light all at once. She's the tarot's version of Venus in full glory. Lush, creative, sensual, and deeply in tune with nature's rhythms. Often pictured sitting on her cushy throne in the field of wheat, crowned with 12 stars and wrapped in a flowing gown patterned with pomegranates, she's a walking celebration of fertility, pleasure, and feminine power. This card is about being in a season of growth. Whether you're birthing a literal baby, a big idea, or a new chapter of self-worth, now's the time to water it generously. Oh. So basically, you mother it. You mother. So reversed When the empress turns upside down, the bloom might feel off. Maybe you're giving too much and getting crumbs in return. Maybe you're not nurturing yourself the way you would your favorite plant. Water, rest, and sunlight are great. Doom scrolling? Not so much. The reversal here can signal creative blocks, insecurity, or over dependence on someone else's validation. It might also be a nudge to examine your relationship with your body, your boundaries, or your definition of enough. Reminder: your worth isn't tied to how much you produce or how useful you are to others. You're still magic, even on your off days. Okay. A keyword I'm getting from the Empress is nurturing. It's like giving attention in a way, devoting time to allow growth. And it's like the reverse Empress is something that stunts that growth. What I really like is the word boundary. It's like you're not allowing yourself enough space. You're not allowing yourself the respect that you deserve in a way. Not just you, but whatever you're consulting the tarot with. It's like you're not giving it enough respect. Mm-hmm. Like upright is mothering in a healthy way. Reverse is mothering in a not so healthy way. That's like the way I can TLDR it in a funny, in a interestingly funny way. I feel like it's also like healthy growth versus unhealthy growth. Because it also mentioned how, like, you know, you're having like creative blockers or over dependence. So that definitely signals like unhealthy growth in a way. Because in order for you to blossom, you're relying on elements which could be harmful or not conducive to your growth, as opposed to allowing yourself an avenue where your growth is simply organically healthy, if that makes sense. Yeah. Versus like mother telling you this ain't it. Exactly. Mm-hmm. I like that. Yeah, nourishing. Mm-hmm. Okay. The Empress. Okay. That is the Empress. Yeah, growth and nurturing. Growth and nurturing are like keywords I'm getting out of this. Okay. I like that. Shall we proceed to the next one, guys? Damn, we've gotten through 4 so far. The Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, and now the Empress. Very interesting. Okay. Next is the Emperor. And then for his mother, we have Father Emperor. Indeed. Okay. Who is this old fart? Just kidding. Let's see. So we have the Emperor. The Emperor, right off the bat, authority, structure, stability, and discipline. Yep, that sounds like Father. The Emperor is traditionally depicted seated on a stone throne, representing stability and unyielding authority. His posture is commanding, exuding a sense of control and discipline. His armor suggests strength, protection, and readiness for battle, reinforcing his role as a figure of power. The throne itself is often adorned with ram heads, symbolizing Aries and its association with leadership and determination. In his hands, he holds a scepter, representing dominion and control, and an orb, signifying his worldly authority. His red robes emphasize his passion and decisive nature, while the mountainous background conveys steadfastness and endurance. Okay. Huh, okay. Yeah, definitely polar opposites to the Empress. Like, I feel like there's more feeling with the Empress, while the Emperor is more... There's like a rigidness to it in a way. Huh. Okay, alright. So, discipline is the foundation of flow. Where the Empress nurtures, the Emperor protects. This card brings structure, boundaries, and the kind of inner authority that says, I've got this. It's a reminder that you're allowed to take up space. Step into your power like you mean it. Okay. So, looking at upright versus reversed meanings. Okay, here we go. When the Emperor appears upright, it's time to get your shit together. In the best possible way. Traditional decks show this king seated on a stone throne adorned with ram heads, holding the Ankh of life in one hand and a globe in the other, which translates to wisdom plus action equals power. That's actually really good to know. The card is all about stability, leadership, discipline, and long game thinking. You've got goals? Great. The Emperor wants to make sure you've got the structure to support them. Whether you're building a business, setting boundaries, or stepping into your authority, this is boss energy. Time to find your backbone. So, it's like what I'm getting here is strong foundation in a way, right? It's like having a solid base. Like, say, if you're getting a reading towards the yes or no of doing something, it's like the Emperor signaling you to have a strong foundation. Or like a reminder that, you know, you have to make sure that you have a strong foundation in pursuit of what you want to do or what you're trying to pursue. Yeah. Mm-hmm. The mindset, exactly. I feel like the Empress, there's like care and nurturing, while the Emperor is the opposite, where, you know, there's something more solid there. And then the Emperor reversed, however, when the Emperor flips, things might feel too rigid or too chaotic, one extreme or the other. This reversal can show up as control issues, power struggles, or avoidance of responsibility. Maybe you're micromanaging everything to avoid feeling vulnerable. Maybe you're rebelling against structure because it reminds you of something oppressive. Either way, the balance is off. This card reverse can also point to a fear of stepping into your own authority, like you're waiting for someone else to call the shots. Guess what? You are the adult in the room. Act like it, even if you'd rather make it someone else's job. Interesting. What I'm initially thinking here is I'm picturing the foundation. We've talked about the Emperor upright. You picture a solid foundation, a solid base. The Emperor reverse, like it mentions, it's like there's one extreme going on. There's something wrong with that foundation. There's one part of foundation that's off. Like one of the pillars to that foundation isn't standing its ground. It isn't solid. It isn't where it needs to be in its strength. Hence why it mentions like there could be something that's either too rigid or too chaotic. It's like one of those foundations can be, you know, maybe it thinks it's too solid where it's bearing a lot of the weight and unmoving, whilst where it doesn't need to be, like you over fortified it in a way. Or it could be the other way where there's an instability in the foundation. So it goes either way. It's like you overdid the foundation where, let's say you're building a house. Because like you could immediately think, oh, you know, the Emperor reverse could be just simply an unstable foundation where there's one pillar that's off. But it could go the other way where you're essentially doing overkill on the foundation. And like I said, let's say for example, you're building a house. And the way you built that house is like, you know, you're supposed to build a home, but you overdid it by building an entire fortress for one person. So it's like too much. Overbearing. So like excessive, right? Excessive control indeed. It could be excessive control or perhaps not enough control. It's like, it reminds me of this logic of people that put up a barrier because they're too afraid of failure. But the problem is, it kind of disrupts in a way as well. Interesting. Depending on the reading daddy issues, that's fair. Mm-hmm. Too much structure without nourishment and growth. Yeah, it's like you programmed a robot in a way, right? Interesting. All right. That's a good read on the emperor. Mommy issues. Yeah, true. As funny as the thought is, technically true. Okay. Shall we move on to the next one? Okay, next up is the hierophant. Initial keywords that we're looking at for the hierophant is tradition, conformity, spiritual guidance, and education. Okay. So, for the initial depiction in the Rider-Waite, the hierophant is seen seated on a throne between two pillars symbolizing law and freedom, or obedience and disobedience, according to different interpretations. He wears a papal tiara, and the keys to heaven are at his feet. Oh, okay. Sometimes he is shown with worshippers, as his alternate title is the Pope or sometimes Jupiter. These are often a pair of tonsured priests who wear chasubles with both lily and rose motifs separately. The card is also known as the High Priest, as the counterpart to the High Priestess, which itself is also sometimes known as the Papist, as the counterpart to the Pope. Ooh, okay. So technically the opposite of High Priestess. Okay. The Hierophant stands for righteousness, sacredness, hierarchical order, orthodoxy, and moral righteousness. He is an exoteric figure in contrast to the esoteric symbolism of the High Priestess. Reverse, the Hierophant can be interpreted as standing for unorthodoxy, originality, or gullibility. Huh. Interesting. So, tradition isn't always a trap. The Hierophant brings spiritual mentorship and ancestral knowledge. Sometimes the old ways have medicine, ritual, discipline, belief. This card reaches out to ask you, whose rules are you following, and do they still fit? I'm starting to feel the opposite, why it's the opposite of the High Priestess in a way. So let's look into the meanings upright and reversed. When the Hierophant appears upright, it's time to align with structure, wisdom, and spiritual guidance. Many decks show this figure seated between two pillars, mirroring the High Priestess. It stands for the sacred institutions of life, religion, education, family systems, and any belief framework that offers meaning and order. The Hierophant wears ceremonial robes, holds a triple cross scepter, and crowns two followers kneeling before him. Symbolically, this is all about initiation, tradition, and receiving knowledge passed down from trusted sources. Maybe you're stepping into a learning phase. Maybe you're becoming a teacher yourself. Either way, this card is your invitation to ask deeper questions and honor the answers, especially ones that come from sources you generally trust. Huh. It's kind of like, you know how when we were talking about the High Priestess earlier, we were discussing how intuition is a thing. Where I feel like the Hierophant being the opposite tells you that why it's like why fix something that isn't broken type deal in a way. Like, you know what I mean? It's like telling you there's reason why this structure is in place. Why it works. Yeah. Pragmatic indeed. Yeah, that's the perfect word. Pragmatic. It's like years of knowledge being there for a reason and looking to that knowledge as opposed to needing to turn to your intuition, because like intuition is more like free form in a way, right? Whereas what I'm getting from the hierophant is it's less, not necessarily less free form, but there's a basis you can turn to. And because that basis has structure, it in turn could be a more effective path as to trying to freestyle it in a way. That's what I'm getting here. Now let's look at what it is reversed. The hierophant reversed meaning. The hierophant reverse breaks the rules. This energy challenges the status quo, suggesting you might be outgrowing old beliefs, rebelling against dogma, or struggling to trust any kind of authority, maybe even your own. It can point to a crisis of faith, confusion about what you really believe, or a desire to walk your own path, even if it means going off script. Are the rules you're following actually yours? Or are you just afraid of what happens if you say no? This card reverse asks what you need to unlearn in order to grow. Ooh. So this is like a card that, yeah, okay. I'll be so real. This is like one of those cartoon movies. It's like a theme to a cartoon movie in a way. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's basically going against that. Basically the opposite. Yeah. It's very straightforward, actually. It's very, very straightforward in contrast to what we just reviewed with the upright for hierophant. Non-conformity, indeed. Mr. John, terima kasih for the cotton candy rice zupa. Thank you for the treat. If you're enjoying today's session, don't forget to tip your Dinoboi. Being critical of things. Yes, I like that. Being critical of things, beliefs you already took for granted. It's like thinking outside the box. It's looking within yourself to go or think beyond the four walls you're confined in a way. It reminds me of a movie or a television series in a way. Are you guys familiar with those, there's a number of movies which follow this. You know those apocalyptic movies where, for example, it's like there was like an apocalypse on Earth or like a nuclear blowout, or like it's not safe to live on the surface of the Earth anymore. So you're forced to live underground and follow structure. And then the protagonist of the movie's whole shtick is they don't believe it, or they think there's more, where they might be being tricked into believing that you should be living underground, when in reality, like, it's actually safe to live above ground, and there's a reason why they're keeping you underground, right? That's what it reminds me of. Silo from Apple TV Plus. Yes. Like Silo, yeah, that one. And then it also reminds me of The Island. And then there's another series. There's another series that it reminds me of. I can't remember what it was. The Village? In a way. Yeah. That's kind of what it reminds me of. Anyways, yes, the Hierophant. There we go. Sayoni-chan, thank you for the banana rice zupa. Thank you. All right, that's the Hierophant. Shall we move on to the next one? For this stream, we still have 5 more to go. We'll probably do half. We'll do half of the major arcana, and then we'll do the other half during another time. Okay, next. Our first censorship of the stream. The Lovers. Okay. Initial keywords for the Lovers: relationships, choices, alignment of values, and harmony. Okay. For the Lovers. Okay, so the imagery for this card is changed significantly from traditional depiction. Instead of a couple receiving a blessing from a noble or a cleric, the Rider-Waite deck depicts Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, overseen by an angel, possibly Archangel Raphael. By reducing the number of humans depicted in the card from 3 to 2, Waite was able to reinforce its correspondence with Gemini. The symbol includes Archangel Raphael, Tree of Life behind Adam, which bears 12 fruits identical to a fire. Oh, okay. And then the Tree of Knowledge behind Eve, with a serpent clinging on it. Alright. So, the Lovers, upright, keywords are attraction, love, beauty, trials, overcome. Reversed, failure, foolish designs. Another account speaks of marriage frustrated and the contrarieties of all kinds. In some traditions, the Lovers represent relationships and choices. Its appearance in the spread indicates some decision about an existing relationship, a temptation of the heart, or a choice of potential partners. Often an aspect of current's life will have to be sacrificed. A bachelor or bachelorette's lifestyle may be sacrificed and a relationship gained, or vice versa. Or one potential partner may be chosen while another is turned down. Whatever the choice, it should not be made lightly, as the ramifications will be lasting. Hashtag choices. Alright. Love is a choice, so is alignment. Yes, this card can be about romance, but at its core, the Lovers is about integrity. What values guide your relationships? This card often shows up when you're at a crossroads. Choose with your whole heart. Okay, now let's talk more about the upright. When the Lovers show upright, you've probably guessed, it can mean love is in the air. But beneath the quote-unquote kiss me energy is a deeper message: alignment. This card is about conscious choice,
soulful connection, and the harmony that comes from knowing who you are and what you stand for. Often shown with imagery inspired by the story of Adam and Eve, the card shows two figures under the blessing of an angel, with the tree of knowledge and the tree of life behind them. Temptation? Check. Divinity? Also check. It's a sacred yes, but not without complexity. You're being asked to make a choice, not with your head, but with your whole self. Okay. So it's really about choices. Conscious choice, by the way. That's a very key here, I believe. Making conscious choices. Okay. While being mindful, indeed. Okay, you know what? I feel like looking at the reversed meaning will also give us more context. Okay. The Lovers reversed. When the Lover card reverses, things can feel out of sync, like your heart's trying to play a duet with someone who's already left the stage. This might point to disconnection in a relationship, misaligned values, or a choice that's leaving you divided. You could be struggling to commit, ignoring red flags, or choosing what's convenient instead of what's authentic. This card reverse asks if you're compromising your truth for comfort, fear, or fantasy. Spoiler: romance without alignment is just confusion in a cute outfit. Oh. 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 Okay. Trying to process this. You know, the funny thing is that at initial glance, Lovers I felt like was the easiest to grasp, but going into it further, it's the one that's confusing me the most. Well, not really confusing me. It could either be I'm getting confused by it or I'm overthinking it. Because I don't know. It feels, right now, it feels too straightforward to me. But at the same time, like it feels very straightforward right now. But maybe that's why I'm confused. Maybe I'm thinking there's more depth to it when there might not be. Actually, you know what? I think the more I think about it, it could be because of this. Like, as someone who's not really in a love dilemma right now, that's probably why. Not even necessarily a love dilemma, like a relationship dilemma, a choice dilemma. That's probably why it's not as stumping me as much. But I feel like that's the thing about love, right? Love is blind. Love can blind you. Like, it'll have much more meaning if you're someone that's seeking an answer from the lovers. You know what I mean? That's probably why I'm not resonating with it as much right now. It'll probably only resonate much more with a person if you're actually in the situation where you need an answer from the lovers. Or the lovers can show you a certain path, maybe. I don't know. Love is idiosyncratic. Yeah. I think right now, maybe it's because I have a, maybe it's not necessarily because I'm in a dilemma for it. Maybe it's because I'm content in the love I have right now. You know what I mean? Like, it's not a problem for me right now. Maybe I'm content with where I'm at. That's why it's not as, maybe that's why I'm not really looking for an answer from the lovers right now. Yeah. Like, I'm confident and happy with where I'm at right now. That's why there's no immediate need for me to look for answers and find that choice. You know? That's probably it. Yeah, exactly. There's no crossroad. It's not, ooh, you're past the stage in tarot. Another way to put it is either I haven't hit that part of my journey or I'm past that part on the journey as the fool. Okay. Let's go for the next one, shall we? I'll be so real. The lovers felt like a fast discussion. All right, next. The chariot. Okay. Looking at the chariot, initial keywords are willpower, determination, victory, and control. Okay. Okay. So for the chariot, a figure sits in a chariot. Although he holds no reins, he is pulled by two sphinxes or horses. There is often a black and white motif. For example, one of the steeds may be black and the other white. The figure may be crowned or helmeted and is winged in some representations. The figure may hold a sword or wand. The Thoth tarot deck has the figure controlling 4 animals. The mallet or gavel on the chariot's coat of arms is a Masonic symbol representing self-control. A canopy of stars above the charioteer's head is intended to show celestial influences. Okay. So the chariot card carries several divinatory associations. Upright, succor, providence, also war, triumph, presumption, vengeance, trouble. Reversed, riot, quarrel, dispute, litigation, and defeat. Ah. It kind of reminds me of... It feels like a card that reads as being in the middle of some kind of battle. That's what I'm getting at right now. That's what I'm feeling right now. That's what I'm getting. That's the energy I'm getting from this card right now. It feels like being in the middle of battle. A card that you'd want to resonate with you if you're looking for an answer in some type of turmoil or battle here. Okay. The chariot. You're not stuck, you're gearing up. The chariot says, drive forward, but do it with purpose. This is not mindless hustle. It's aligned movement. Steer with both will and wisdom, and don't let fear ride shotgun. Why does it sound like the art of war? Okay, let's look into it further if you're getting it upright. The chariot upright meaning. When the chariot shows up upright, it's go time. This is the card of momentum, willpower, and determined action. You're being called to steer your life in the direction of your choosing. Don't let distractions, doubts, or detours pull you off course. In many versions of this card, you'll see a figure in the chariot. This person isn't holding traditional reins. Instead, they guide two sphinxes, one black, one white, sheer force of will. It's about balance, baby. The victory through discipline. Moving forward not just with horsepower, but with purpose. You don't have to have it all figured out. You only got to commit to the journey. Oh, okay. So not necessarily battle. It does feel like midway through journey. If we're talking within the context of the journey of the fool, this feels like the part of the journey where you're telling yourself, okay, it's time to, it's like, keep going, but mindfully so. I mentioned in the middle of battle. I think I would rephrase that into saying not necessarily battle, but it's like you're in the middle of something. It's like it's like the gears are turning already. And it's just reminding you to be mindful along the way and focusing on what your goal is. Finding the balance between your heart and mind. Yes. It's like propelling yourself mindfully forward. Propelling yourself forward mindfully. There we go. All right. Let's see if we can get more context by checking out what the chariot reversed means. So, the chariot reverse signals a stall or a wobble. Maybe your momentum is being blocked or you're veering off course because your inner and outer worlds aren't in sync. One part of you wants to accelerate, but another part is riding the brake. This reversal can also point to control issues. Either you're gripping too tightly and bulldozing everything in your path, or you've totally surrendered the wheel and now you're wondering why you're lost. The message here? Real direction comes from alignment, not obsession. Pause, recalibrate, and choose your route with intention. So basically, it's like you consulted with Google Maps and Waze and you didn't go the right direction. Okay. Huh. I like the line here where it says, real direction comes from alignment, not obsession. Because you know how sometimes you do something because you're blinded by a certain emotion, as opposed to allowing a level of thoughtfulness to emerge instead of allowing that emotion to dictate your motion forward. So, yeah. That's why it says pause, recalibrate, and choose your route with intention. It's like reminding yourself why you're doing something, as opposed to just blindly doing it out of some blind motivation. I like that. Damn. Okay. All right. Shall we move to the next one, guys? Indeed. Otherwise, you're not going to hit your quite hit your target. You might even go off course. All right, next up, we have strength. Also known as justice. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, I'm so confused. Oh! Oh, in some it's reversed. For some tarots, strength and justice are reversed. Oh, okay. Interesting. Yeah, that's why I got confused for a moment. Anyway. Okay, let's go into its strength. Yeah, technically both. Yeah, there are two different cards. It's just that for some decks, justice is number 8 instead of strength. For some decks at least, yeah. But yeah, both exist. Both exist. All right. Strength. So for strength, keywords initially are going to be courage, compassion, inner strength, and patience. Let's talk about the illustration first. So the design on the card is fairly constant across tarot decks usually. The key characters are that of a woman and a lion, with the woman leaning over the lion. Many cards, including that of Rider-Waite-Smith deck, have the woman clasping the lion's jaw. Some feature an infinity symbol hovering over the woman's head. Other decks have the woman sitting upon the lion, or merely with one hand upon it. Some decks feature just one of the characters. Flowers are often presented on this card. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's look into it a bit further then. Strength. Tenderness is the real flex. Don't let the name fool you. Strength isn't a model of brute force. It's a beacon of resilience. Strength reminds you that softness and courage are not opposites. You've survived worse. You'll rise from this too. Okay. So, initial keywords, when strength is upright, it calls power, energy, action, courage, magnanimity, also complete success and honors. When it's reverse, despotism, abuse of power, weakness, discord, sometimes even disgrace. Taming your inner worries. Okay, let's dig deeper into upright. When strength appears upright, it's here to remind you that true power isn't forceful. It's graceful, grounded, and deeply rooted in compassion. The traditional image for the card says it all. A serene figure, gently taming a lion with nothing but calm presence and an infinity loop floating above their head. No chains, no brute force, just trust and self-mastery. This card speaks to inner resilience, emotional maturity, and the kind of quiet bravery that doesn't need applause to prove itself. You're stronger than your fear. You've already come further than you think. Oh. Right. Okay, I think it'll help if we get the reverse meaning as well. When strength is reversed, your inner lion might be acting up, or maybe you're trying to pretend it isn't there. This could show up as self-doubt, emotional volatility, or a tendency to bulldoze through feelings instead of sitting with them. Are you forcing yourself to be strong in a way that's actually burning you out? Or are you letting your emotions run the show in a way that does you no good? This reversal is a cue to reconnect with your center. Strength isn't about suppressing, it's about sincerity and effort, especially when the chaos is coming from inside the house. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the saying, hurt people hurt other people. Huh. Huh. It's like, I think how I would sum this up is the reverse symbolizes forced strength, which leads to undesired results. You get what I mean? Be around people who build you up, not take you down. Yep. It's like true strength is finding that inner peace, that balance. It's like, it's so interesting in a way, because when you think strength, that's not the initial thoughts you have, right? But it really does echo to the thought of inner strength, where you find your center, and that in itself is true strength. Because, a good way I would put it is, by finding that inner strength, it's like being able to master your emotions. Whereas strength misled is allowing your emotions to dictate or affect your decision making. It also reminds me of something we discussed during a previous stream, where you remember when we talked about how you shouldn't let your inner child make your grown-up decisions. That's like a bit of a call to that as well. Interesting. Oh, yes. I like that. That's a really good insight to bring up. That's why this card has a more feminine quality, representing emotion. That's a very good point to bring up. I like that. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Shall we proceed to the next one? I think strength is pretty straightforward, actually. At first, it confused me, but when we got the reverse meeting, it made so much more sense. You know, one thing that came to mind is, you know how they say that sometimes the most quiet people are the ones that harbor the biggest storms, but it could also go both ways, where sometimes the most quiet people, it could also be like the flip way, where you don't have to be the loudest in the room either. Like sometimes you don't have to be the loudest person in the room just to get your point across, or to feel, to get that validation in a way. Yeah, it could exactly that. They have the strength to tame the storm. It's either the most quiet person can be the one with the storm brewing, or the one that managed to tame the storm within. Whereas they don't need to let that storm wreak havoc outwardly. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, good insight there. Very good insight. Okay, next up. The hermit. All right. So, initial keywords for the hermit: introspection, solitude, soul searching, and wisdom. Ooh. This is the reference for your profile pic. Ooh. Okay. All right. The hermit. Okay, this one intuitively I'm not understanding right off the bat, so more context would definitely help here. Okay. The Rider-Waite version of the card shows an old man standing on a mountain peak, carrying a staff in one hand and a lit lantern containing a 6-pointed star in the other. In the background is a mountain range. His lantern is the lamp of truth, used to guide the unknowing. His patriarch staff helps him navigate narrow paths as he seeks enlightenment, and his cloak is a form of discretion. So, the initial keywords for interpretation of the hermit is prudence, circumspection, also and especially treason, dissimulation, roguery, corruption. Reversed is concealment, disguise, policy, fear, and unreasoned caution. I'm still confused. Okay, let's look into it further, shall we? The hermit. Wisdom lives in the quiet. When the hermit appears, it's time to retreat. Not to escape, but to reflect. Shut the laptop. Ignore the algorithm. Go inward and listen to the voice that's not shouting. Solitude is sacred. The hermit upright meaning. When the hermit appears upright, it's time to unplug from the noise and listen to the deeper voice within. Typically shown standing alone on a mountaintop. Lantern in hand, this cloaked figure isn't lost. They're looking. Ah. Not for quick answers, but for meaning. Truth and clarity that comes from lived experience. This card speaks to introspection, solitude, and spiritual growth. It's about choosing quiet because your soul has something important to say. Whether you're evaluating your path or just need a reset, trust that this temporary retreat will lead to lasting insight. Okay. I realized why I wasn't getting the hermit right away. The reason why I wasn't understanding the hermit right away is, in a funny way, this is something that comes naturally to me. So I didn't think much of it initially. It didn't translate to me as a thought that other people need. Because this is just like me by default, if that makes sense. Man. This card literally told me, yeah, this is why you're 70 million and 1 years old, Ryzar Blazenfang. Okay. So the hermit reversed meaning. When the hermit shows up reverse, you might be too isolated. This can show up as withdrawing out of fear, ghosting your own emotions, or staying so deep in reflection that you forget to rejoin the world. On the flip side, it can also signal that you've been dodging your inner work, filling your schedule, and sidestepping the uncomfortable stuff. This is all a way of avoiding the alone time you secretly need. The reversal asks, are you truly reflecting, or are you just spiraling? Are you healing or hiding? It's time to find the sweet spot between solitude and connection. Ah. I actually understand this. I definitely had my phase of being a reverse hermit for a while. Whoa. I like this. There's a certain wisdom in the hermit. You know what this reminds me of? It's like it reminds me of situations where there are people that use being introverted as an excuse to not do stuff. You know what I mean? Or not challenging themselves enough to do stuff in a way. It's like you're locking yourself away from being able to do new things and instead stay in your bubble. Stubbornness. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay. Indeed. Okay, let's see. Yeah, exactly. In other words, let it go. Conceal, don't feel, don't let them know, but now they know. All right. Are we good with the hermit, guys? Shall we move on to our next one? Okay, next up, we have the Wheel of Fortune. Ooh. Initial keywords that come to mind: destiny, change, cycles, and turning points. If I'm not mistaken, I think the Wheel of Fortune was one of the cards that revealed to me when I got my reading when I was auditioning for FSP. Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about the illustration briefly. So okay. Actually, the Wheel of Fortune is kind of tricky, actually. Because according to the information here, it's one of the cards which has varying visuals in a way. So there are 4 winged creatures in the corners of the card, representing the symbols of the 4 evangelists. These 4 evangelists are also represented by 4 fixed astrological signs. In addition, a representation of the god Anubis is seen rising from the wheel on the right side, while the snake-like Typhon descends on the left. On the wheel, alternating with the letters Torah, are the 4 Hebrew letters, which transliterated as YMH. Okay. Okay, I'm kind of curious. I'm honestly very curious to see what the meaning is gonna be. Because when I got my reading, this is one of the ones that stood out. And I'm gonna explain why in a bit. Life spins, you evolve. Up, down, back again. The Wheel of Fortune doesn't promise control, but it does remind you that change is constant. Stay humble in the highs, hopeful in the lows. What goes around, grows around. When the wheel is upright, change is in motion, and it's usually working in your favor. The card represents fate, destiny, and the big picture forces shaping your journey. It's the right place, right time energy. A lucky break, a full circle moment. In most versions of this card, you'll notice the wheel is surrounded by symbolic figures, all calmly reading scrolls. Why? Because while the wheel turns, wisdom stays steady. Sphinx at the top, mastery. The serpent descending, release. The point, everything changes. Nothing stays stuck forever. This is a moment of movement, alignment, and divine timing. Stay open and stay grounded. Ooh. Let's look at the reverse. When the wheel reverses, it can feel like you're on a downswing or stuck in a pattern you just can't control. You just can't break. Maybe things feel out of sync, unfair, or completely out of your control. Sometimes this reversal represents external delays. Other times, it's an internal loop you keep repeating. Either way, the reminder is the same. You may not control the wheel, but you do control how you respond to the ride. This is your cue to reflect, recalibrate, and release the need to micromanage the universe. The turn is coming, even if it's not on your schedule. This is your moment card. This is your moment. Have it. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Me getting this card in my read for when I was joining FSP makes so much sense. It actually very strongly aligns, if any. Very, very strongly aligns. Wow. Also, this is very straightforward. Basically, time waits for no one type shit. Seize the day, seize the moment. Yeah, same. It's a very interesting this one. Chat, I'm gonna be so real. Do you want to keep going? I know I said we'll do the initial 11, but I feel like things are starting to get interesting. Okay, and there's a card I actually want to get to. I'm gonna reveal the reason why I want to get to this card is when I got my reading, there were two major arcanas that actually appeared. I can't remember the other one because it was a minor arcana, but when I got my reading, there were two major arcanas. That's why I really want to figure out what the other major arcana that I drew meant. Yeah. It's all coming back to me now, as clear as day. All right, let's proceed. Next up on the list, justice. Initial keywords for justice are fairness, truth, accountability, cause and effect. Ooh. The figure on the card holds a scale made of gold in their left hand, symbolizing a balanced decision. So, literally justice, like law in a way. Equity, rightness, probity, executive, triumph of the deserving side in law, Reversed, law in all its departments, legal complications, bigotry, bias, excessive severity. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Karma's got receipts. Justice is here to balance the scales. It's a cosmic audit asking, are your choices matching your values? See things as they are now and trust that truth has a longer arc than luck. Okay. Alright. Justice upright meaning. When justice appears upright, it's a clear signal that the truth matters. Now more than ever. Many versions of this card show an embodied justice seated on a stone throne between two pillars, sword in one hand and scales in the other. This figure doesn't flinch. Justice sees what it is. No drama, no spin, no shortcuts. This card is about honesty, fairness, integrity, and karmic balance. Whether you're navigating a legal situation, a relationship issue, or an internal reckoning, justice says facts first, feelings second. If you acted with integrity, trust that things will fall into place. If you haven't, well, now that's time to make it right. Bro, I'm gonna be so real. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of a friend who's trying to justify staying in a toxic relationship. I mean, at least on the reverse, because like it says facts first, feelings second. In their case, they're putting feelings first, facts second. Oh my god. Okay. Anyway. Gotten but to your friend. Okay, let's look at the reverse meaning. When justice shows up reverse, something is out of balance, and it's not just scales. You might be dodging accountability, dealing with dishonesty, yours or someone else's, or facing the fallout of a decision that wasn't made with full clarity. This reversal can also reflect unfair treatment or systemic issues beyond your control. If you're feeling wronged, advocate for yourself, but check your own biases too. Are you seeking truth or just trying to be right? Whatever the specifics, you have to clean up your side of the street. And when something feels unjust, speak up with all grace and precision you can muster. Interesting. So it's like a balance imbalance kind of thing. Hence justice. So like balance in all things, I mean like the balance speaks justice served. Imbalance, injustice. That's pretty straightforward. It's kind of like facing facts as well in a way. As opposed to trying to use your emotion to wriggle your way out of a decision. You know what I mean? Okay. Are we good with justice? I think justice is pretty straightforward. Straight up. Lustrous is just straight up straightforwardness. In a way. Alright, next up. This is the reason why I wanted to continue. The Hanged Man. Now, when I got my fortune for my FSP audition, this was the other major arcana that I drew. However, I got the Hanged Man in reverse.
So I'm interested in seeing what that means. Let's go. Hanged Man, initial keywords: perspective, surrender, letting go, pause. Now, let's talk about the illustration first. The gallows from which he is suspended forms a Tau cross, while the figure from the position of the legs forms a fly-fought cross. There's a nimbus about the head of the seeming martyr. It should be noted that, number one, that the tree of sacrifice is living wood with leaves thereon. Oh, okay. So where the hangman is standing isn't like a structure, but an actual like tree. Number two, that the face expresses deep entrancement, not suffering. Ooh. And three, that the figure as a whole suggests life in suspicion, but life and not death. It has been called falsely a card of martyrdom, a card of prudence, a card of great work, a card of duty. I will say very simply that it expresses the relation between divine and the universe. Ooh. So, initial keywords. The hangman upright is wisdom, circumspection, discernment, trial, sacrifice, intuition, divination. Reversed, selfishness, the crowd, body politic. Ooh. Okay, okay. Let's see where this is going. All right, all right. The hangman. Pause, surrender, see it differently. This isn't punishment, it's perspective. The hanged man invites you to stop forcing answers and consider what you're missing by rushing. Hanging in there? Perfect. You're exactly where you need to be. Oh my god. I think I have a feeling I know where this is going. As far as why I got this card. Okay. Upright. When the hangman appears upright, it's not about doing more. It's about doing nothing on purpose. Suspended upside down by 1 foot in traditional decks, halo glowing, this figure isn't in distress. They're experiencing a divine timeout. This card signals a moment of pause, perspective, and surrender. It's a cosmic reminder that your breakthrough won't come by force. When you stop resisting, release old patterns, and view your situation with fresh eyes, the miracle is already happening. This card doesn't recommend passivity. Instead, it's about intentional stillness. You're not stuck. You're just being recalibrated. All right. Let's find out the meaning of reverse and why I might have gotten it, shall we? The Hanged Man reverse. You may be resisting the pause. Maybe you're clinging to control, ignoring the signs to slow down, or spinning in circles instead of allowing clarity to land. This reversal can also signal a necessary sacrifice. Are you giving up too much for someone or something that's not giving back? Or martyring yourself to avoid facing what needs to change? The card asks what you're really waiting for, and whether that delay is serving you or stalling your growth. Hmm. I'm still not. I don't know yet. Huh. I'm trying to self-reflect. Huh. I think I think I know why I got this card. I think I get it now. Huh. I think it was because in the process of auditioning, I was extremely restless. Like, almost every single day of the audition, I was very stuck. Yeah. It was coming to a point where a lot of my thoughts were filled with the outcome. Whereas I feel that I should have just, you know what I mean? Yeah. More than that, though, I recall the one that was doing my reading giving another reason as well, though. I can't remember what it was. Apparently, it was a kind of good thing, though. Yeah. Huh. It goes along with the Wheel of Fortune, so I think it makes sense. Man, I wish I remember what the third card was. I wish I could remember what the third card was and what the order was. And I'm pretty sure the Minor Arcana wasn't the first one, though. Yeah. My curiosity is further piqued. I need to get a reading soon. I've been meaning to get a reading. I need to message my friend and ask for a reading. Okay. Shall we move on to the next one? I am moving on from the Hanged Man with more questions than answers, I feel. Okay. Next one. Death. All right. Initial keywords for death. Endings. Transformation. Transition. Renewal. Okay. The death card usually depicts the Grim Reaper, the personification of death. In some decks, the Grim Reaper is riding a pale horse, and often he is wielding a sickle or scythe. Surrounding the Grim Reaper are dead and dying people from all classes, including kings, bishops, and commoners. The Rider-Waite Tarot deck depicts the skeleton carrying a black standard emblazoned with the white rose of York. In the background are two towers and a rising sun. Huh. Okay. Endings are just beginnings in disguise. This card always comes with a disclaimer. It's not an omen of literal death. Death is about letting go of ego, patterns, relationships, illusions. It's the sacred compost phase. Don't resist the decay. What's dying is making space for what's next. Okay. Death upright meaning.
When death appears upright, it's a powerful sign of release, rebirth, and irreversible change. An armored skeleton is often seen in this card, riding a white horse through a fallen kingdom. The flag it's holding signals transformation, not destruction. Even the sun is rising in the background. This card marks the end of a cycle, habit, relationship, or identity that outlived its purpose. It's not easy, but it's necessary. Death invites you to shed your old skin, grieve if needed, and trust that what's falling away is making room for something truer, the deeper and more alive. Endings are beginnings in disguise. Let go so you can grow. What it reminds me of is, like, if I were to TLDR this with one saying, it's when one door closes, another opens. That's instantly what comes to mind with the description we were given of death. Death reversed meaning. When death reverses, resistance shows up. You might be clinging to something that's already energetically done, like a job, a relationship, or an outdated version. This reversal often signals fear of change or unwillingness to evolve. You know it's time to move on, but something inside you is stuck in the before. It can also represent a slow transformation, one that's happening beneath the surface, even if it's not visible yet. Ask yourself, what am I afraid to release and why? What part of me is afraid of what comes next? Okay, so it doesn't necessarily mean just resistance. It could also just mean slow transformation. Or not just slow transformation, but transformation that's happening, but you don't realize is happening. Okay. What I find interesting is that, as you guys mentioned, death is a very misinterpreted major arcana. But also, once you figure out the real meaning, it's also one of the most straightforward. I feel like out of all the arcana, this was one of the easiest to grasp. Out of all the ones we've reviewed so far, at least. Interesting. By the way, can I just say, I really appreciate y'all in chat right now. Like, trust and believe. I feel like I'm digesting things much more because of all the insight you guys are making time to type. So thank you so much. Like, you guys have been really helpful and really fun to converse with and study with. All right. As I said, since death is pretty straightforward, shall we move on to the next one? Temperance. Balance, moderation, patience, and purpose. I feel like temperance sounds straightforward, but let's see. Okay. Depicts a figure with pouring liquid from one cup to another. This figure is usually referred to as the virtue, temperance, or as an angel, though several other interpretations also exist. In particular, the figure once represented Ganymede, who served as a cupbearer to Zeus. Okay. So, economy, moderation, frugality, management, accommodation. However, for verse, things connected with churches, religion, sex, the priesthood, sometimes even the priest who will marry the current. Also, disunion, unfortunate combinations, competing interests. Ugh, okay. Blend. Don't bulldoze. Temperance is the art of balance, not just between extremes, but within your own contradictions. This card is a reminder that you don't have to rush or control the outcome. Integrate, be patient, sip, don't chug. When temperance appears upright, it's a signal to slow down, breathe deep, and find your center. The angel often seen on this card pours water between two cups, symbolizing the alchemy of patience, moderation, and spiritual flow. One foot in the water, one on land. Grounded yet intuitive. This card is about integrating, not swinging from one extreme to the other. You need to find a rhythm that honors all parts of you. Healing is happening, but it's not a quick fix. Soften your grip, trust the timing, blend wisely. When temperance is reversed, balance is off. Or you're trying to force a situation into harmony before it's ready. Maybe you're overindulging, burning out, or flipping between extremes and calling it passion. This reversal can also signal impatience or avoidance of inner work needed to restore true peace. It's the spiritual equivalent of mixing oil and water and wondering why things feel chaotic. Temperance reverse just ups the urgency of this card in its upright form. You can't run forever. Ooh. You know, I feel like this is one of those cards where the illustration really paints the meaning of the card in a way. Let me explain further. So, my initial impression of this is I'm immediately drawn to how they're pouring one chalice's contents to the other, and how I would interpret this is temperance upright is like when you're pouring the water from one chalice to another, you want to make sure that the water flows enough where you don't spill anything, you don't let the water, splash. You just make sure that you cleanly get the contents from one chalice to the other. But when it's reversed, it's like the opposite, where you don't really care much for whether it spills or not. You just like, you just care to just do it. Even if it means you lose some of the contents or if it splashes all over the place. So, which is why I really appreciate this one line in the description where it says, you need to find a rhythm that honors all parts of you. Soften your grip, trust the timing, blend wisely. So it's kind of like making sure that you have a smooth flow into things, keeping your balance, finding your center, and not allowing yourself to go off kilter from that. Oh, and this is another line I like. Healing is happening, but it's not a quick fix, which goes back to the logic of pouring from one chalice to the other. Like, in order to make sure that you have a clean flow between the two, like, you have to maintain that steady flow at the end of the day, right? You can't just quickly go boosh. It has to have a steady flow. Structural purpose. That's a great way to put it. Hey, and Rich, thanks for joining the Blazing Gang. Thank you. Enjoy those emotes and hopefully catch you during some of the memberships. All right. Shall we move on from temperance? Honestly, I'm going to be real with you guys. Temperance is one of those major arcanas where I get the concept, but I feel like I need more time for it to like fully, you know what I mean? It's not fully settling in my brain yet. I get the initial concept, but it's not fully there yet. All right. Next one. Ooh, the devil, which obviously I had to censor. Initial keywords for the devil: attachment, addiction, shadow self, and materialism. This one's going to be interesting. So the devil has harpy feet, ram horns, bat wings, a reverse pentagram on the forehead, a raised right hand, and a lower left hand holding a torch. He squats on a square pedestal. Two naked demons, one male, one female, with tails stand chained to the pedestal. Okay. Ooh. Okay, here's a fun little tidbit. As far as the fool's journey we've been talking about, the devil represents the fool's involvement in economic materialism and complacency. Oh, okay. This makes me want to play Persona again and like kind of deep dive into why each person has their specific arcana. Okay, let's go. The devil. That thing you think is holding you back? It probably isn't. This card exposes illusions, addiction, fear, shame, or patterns you've mistaken for personality. The devil doesn't trap you. You trap yourself. But hey, now that you see the change, what are you going to do about them? It's a question of freedom and how much you want it. Okay. The devil upright. Oh wait, before that, let's talk about initial keywords for upright and reversed. So for upright, it's ravage, violence, vehemence, extraordinary efforts, force, fatality, that which is predestined but is not for this reason evil. Reversed, evil, fatality, weakness, pettiness, blindness. All right, let's go. Okay, upright. When the devil appears upright, it's a flashing neon sign saying, pay attention to what's keeping you stuck. In most versions of this card, we see a horned figure on a black pedestal, looming over two chained individuals who, spoiler alert, could totally leave. The trap, it's psychological. The chains, loosely fitted. The fear, loud sure, but not final. This card speaks to addiction, toxic patterns, power struggles, or anything you're attached to that's draining your energy and distorting your sense of choice. But here's the twist. The devil can't steal your power. You give it away. And what does that mean? You can take it back. True! I was thinking the same thing. Like, as I was reading the description, the devil is basically a call-out. Like, I feel like it's one of those things where if you get the devil, you kind of have to steel yourself in a way for what the read is going to be. Because it's going to straight up call you out on something. In some cards, the shackle is loose and at any time you can remove yourself. You just don't. Interesting. Okay, the devil reverse. Let's check it out. When the devil is reversed, it's time to break free, whether you're already detaching from what's been holding you down or just starting to see the pattern clearly. This reversal signals liberation, or at least the possibility of it. It all depends on whether you're ready to do the hard, honest work. Sometimes the devil shows up reversed when you're still rationalizing a situation that's no longer good for you, or when you're starting to feel the discomfort that comes from waking up to an uncomfortable truth. Either way, the illusion is cracking, and you're beginning to understand just how much power you have. Huh. That's so interesting. in a funny way, correct me if I'm wrong, this is one of those situations where the devil, like, getting it in reverse sounds better than it getting it upright. It's like, the way I'm seeing this, getting the devil in reverse is like straight up saying, liberate yourself. It's time for liberation. It's go time. Whereas the devil upright is a straight up call out. Which is very fitting of the devil in a way, right? It actually fits the brief here in a way, given what the devil is, symbolically speaking. All right, all right. Okay, cool. Okay, I like that. Indeed, indeed. I agree with that. The devil is in the details, and that's where the hard work comes in, indeed. Shall we move on to the next one? The Tower. Okay. Initial keywords: sudden upheaval, revelation, chaos, and awakening. I think this is the tower. This is one of the major arcanas where I'm like, what the heck does this mean? Because you don't really get any initial. It's not as in your face as the other arcana. The Tower is widely associated to danger, crisis, sudden change, destruction, higher learning, and liberation. The top of the tower is a crown, which symbolizes materialistic thought being bought cheap, downcast. The tower is associated with the planet Mars. Initial keywords are misery, distress, misery, distress, indigence, adversity, calamity, disgrace, deception, ruin. It is a card in particular of unforeseen catastrophe. Reversed, according to one account, the same in a lesser degree, also oppression, imprisonment, and tyranny. It doesn't sound good either way. There's a sense of inevitability that I'm getting off of this one. Similar to Wheel of Fortune, but in a different way. Okay. Let it fall, you'll rise. The tower shows up when the rug is yanked out from under you. Not to punish you, but to free you. What's crashing down was built on shaky ground. Let it crumble, let it clear. The chaos you're feeling, that's the sound of illusions breaking. What comes next will be real. Ooh. Okay. The tower upright meaning. When the tower shows up upright, it heralds a major shakeup. Think lightning bolt to the ego, unexpected news, or a foundational truth that rocks your world. In most versions of this card, a stone tower is struck by lightning. Fire erupts, people are leaping from windows, it's chaos, but it's also awakening. This card represents sudden endings, breakdowns, or revelations that dismantle what's no longer sustainable. It can be scary, of course, but it's not random. The tower clears out illusions, false securities, and stuck structures that needed to fall, even if you didn't plan it anyway. After the shock comes clarity. After the fall, freedom. Mm. Huh. So there is a sense of inevitability in this. There is inevitability, not even sense of. It is just straight up inevitability. Inevitably. Okay. Let's check out the reverse meaning. The tower reverse can go one of two ways. One, you're resisting a breakdown that's currently in motion, clinging to the structure as it crumbles. Two, the shakeup has already happened, and now you're navigating the aftermath. In either case, this reversal also hints at internal transformation, a private reckoning, a breakdown behind the scenes, a realization so deep that you're the only one who knows how much has shifted. Either way, change is here. You can fight it, or you can work with it. If you've been ignoring the red flags or avoiding a hard truth, this card says, the more you resist, the rougher the ride. The Raigeki and Lightning Vortex. That's an interesting way to put it. Okay. You know, in a weird way, as much as the tower on initial glance, I don't get it. Now that I know the meaning, I feel like it's more straightforward. It's deceptively straightforward in my opinion. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like, you don't get it from the initial visual of it. But when you know the meaning, boom. The tower card is what people think the death card is. Ooh. True. That's a very good way to put it. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely rough. I feel like the initial idea of it is rough. But at the end of the day, you have no choice. It's going to happen one way or another. All right, next card. We have 5 more to go. This is, yeah. This needed some level of censoring, for sure. The star. You know, it's so interesting how the last few ones have a sense of... This really does feel like a journey. It feels like we've already gone through the turmoil and we're suddenly ascending to the heavens in a way. All right, the star. Hope, faith, inspiration, and healing. Okay, so it depicts a naked woman kneeling by the waters. A foot is in the water and 1 foot is on the land. Above her head is 1 large star, representing her core essences, and 7 smaller stars, representing the chakras. The star is typically 8-pointed. In each hand, she holds a jug. From one jug, she pours a liquid into the water. From the other jug, she pours a liquid onto the land. The 5 senses are represented by the 5 unique lines formed by water spilling on the ground. Temperance, the 14th major arcana card, also has a foot on both land and water while pouring water, but is depicted as standing and rigid. It is the It is the first out of 3 cards in the major arcana to depict celestial imagery. Sometimes 3 men representing the 3 magi are depicted below the star. Okay. Interesting. The star has the least information. But let's check out more. Hope is your home base. After the tower, the star shines through. This card is all about healing, renewal, and gentle faith. You don't have to be there, just believe that there is a there to get to. Wow, it's like seeing the light amidst the darkness. The hope in the dark. The star upright meaning. When the star appears upright, it's a breath of fresh air after chaos. Following the tower in the major arcana, this card is usually shows a naked figure pouring water into a pool and onto the land, nourishing both the consciousness and the subconsciousness. Above her, 7 smaller stars and 1 radiant central star light the night sky. This card symbolizes renewal, inspiration, faith, and spiritual alignment. You're being reminded that healing is happening. Your path is illuminated, even if you can't see the full picture yet. Survival is quite an accomplishment. Okay. So it feels like things starting to turn out for the better. Alright, what about reversed? When the star shows up reversed, hope might feel out of reach. Maybe you're doubting your vision, your future, or your ability to rise from a recent challenge. It's easy to feel disillusioned here, like the light at the end of the tunnel has flickered out. This reversal can also point to spiritual burnout or a disconnect from your inner compass. You may be questioning your purpose or looking for reassurance in all the wrong places. The star reverse gently asks, what would it look like to believe again? Not to believe in some perfect world, but in the possibility of joy in this one. Okay. Okay. Do you believe in life after love? So it feels like the one word that instantly pops into mind after reading all of this is basically hope. It feels like it's all about hope. It's like you let that star, it's like you let the star guide your way. Similar to how, isn't it a thing where people look for the northern star to figure out direction, if I'm not mistaken? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. What's interesting about the star as well is even in reverse, it doesn't have any bad intention. Like, even if it's calling you out on something bad, there's no real bad intention. Yeah. All right. Interesting. All right. Shall we move on to the next one? Next up is the moon. This is fun. Wait, I'm missing my descriptions. Oh no. Okay, we're down to our last 4. Oh, wait. Okay, the moon. The card represents life of the imagination apart from life of the spirit. The dog and wolf are fears of the natural mind in the presence of that place of exit, when there is only reflected light to guide it. The intellectual light is a reflection, and beyond it is the unknown mystery that it cannot reveal. Okay. Keywords here are hidden enemies, danger, calumny, darkness, terror, deception, occult forces, error. Reversed, instability, inconstancy, silence, lesser degrees of deception and error. Interesting. Okay, the moon. Not everything is as it seems. The moon stirs shadows, uncertainty, confusion, dream logic. It's a call to feel your way forward, not think your way out. There's wisdom in the fog if you stop trying to turn on the high beams. Huh. Okay. The moon upright meaning. When the moon appears upright, things aren't as clear-cut as they seem. This is the realm of dreams, subconscious signals, and shifting shadows. In this card's most traditional form, the moon itself glows above a strange scene. A dog and a wolf howling, a crayfish crawling from the water, and a winding path stretching toward distant mountains. This card speaks to confusion, intuition, and emotional undercurrents. You might be navigating unclear situations, half-truths, or inner fears as they rise to the surface. Don't panic though, the moon isn't here to trick you. It's here to deepen your understanding. You don't need to full clarity right now. You just need to feel your way forward and wait for things to start making noise. Yeah, there is a lobster for some. I wish I had information as to why that lobster is in this place. Anyway. Yeah, it sounds like to quote a certain wandering vampire, let the moonlight guide you. Yeah. You know what this reminds me of is imagine yourself as a sailor out in sea, right? And it's nighttime. It's dark, sure, but there's still moonlight. It might not be. Or let's say you're in the middle of a forest. Nighttime, the only light you can get is from the moon. It might not be the full light that you desire, but it's something. It strengthens your senses in a way, where since you can't see everything, it forces you in a position where you have to seek more deeply, because you don't have the strong light of the sun to show you everything. The moon kind of gives you limited vision where you're forced to be more aware, to be more interesting. All right. So, wait, the moon reverse meaning? When the moon shows up reversed, the fog may finally be lifting, or on the other hand, you may be lost in it. This card can honestly go either way. It might signal that illusions are dissolving, secrets are being revealed, or intuition is becoming sharper. On the flip side, it can point to deep confusion, emotional overwhelm, or refusal to face what's hidden beneath the surface. Maybe you're doubting your instincts or believing a narrative that isn't fully true. The moon reverse asks, what truth are you afraid to see, and what does your gut tell you regardless of the evidence? It I don't know. I feel like the recurring theme here is the force forces you to think more deeply. Because with limited light, it gives you less to work with. It may give you less to work with, but it does force you to think more deeper as a result. Mm-hmm. Yes, lots of self-reflection indeed. Okay. All right. Mysterious as the dark side of the moon. Okay. Last three, guys. We're down to our last three. The sun. Okay. The The sun depicts a radiant sun shining over a naked child riding a white horse. The child represents innocence and freedom, while the horse symbolizes purity and strength. Behind them, sunflowers bloom, symbolizing growth and abundance. The imagery emphasizes happiness, clarity, and the triumph of light over darkness. Ah, growth. You're our sun. Wow! Damn. It's giving... It's like the second coming of the 90 days. I like the sun. You're my son. Yeah. Okay. For the sun, joy is not frivolous, it's essential. The sun is radiant, alive, and totally unbothered by your self-doubt. This card radiates optimism, vitality, and yes, permission to be happy. Bask in it. You deserve this. Okay, that sounds pretty positive. The sun upright. When the sun appears upright, enjoy your cosmic spotlight moment. A bright sun shines down on a child in most versions of this card. The little one is riding a white horse, arms open, completely free. There's a wall of sunflowers behind them and a red banner waving high, symbolizing growth, victory, and bold self-expression. This card radiates positivity, warmth, confidence, and truth. If you've been waiting for a breakthrough, celebration, or moment of pure alignment, this is it. You're seen, you're supported, you're stepping into your joy, and it's earned. The sun says, you don't have to be dim to be loved. Shine fully. Oh. I mean, that's pretty straightforward. The sun reversed isn't going to be straightforward reversed, though. When the sun shows up reversed, your light might feel dimmed. But don't worry, it's still there. This card can point to self-doubt, burnout, or joy that feels just out of reach. Maybe you're not celebrating your wins. Maybe you're waiting for the perfect conditions before allowing yourself to be happy. This reversal can also reflect unrealistic optimism, the choice to ignore problems in the name of good vibes only. The message here, be honest about what's blocking your brightness, but don't forget it still lives inside you. Even a cloudy day doesn't cancel the sun. It's just waiting to come back out. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh. Okay. So it's basically like, it's almost like affirmation in a way. The sun is a card of affirmation. Huh. That's pretty straightforward, yeah. I feel like these latter cards are feeling more good vibed in a way. Okay, let's move on to the next one. That's pretty, yeah. Judgment. Okay. So the associated keywords are renewal, outcome, total loss through lawsuit, reversed, weakness, pusillanimity, simplicity, also deliberation, decision, sentence. I mean, okay, that's very clear given that it's judgment. Judgment, awaken to your own evolution. Judgment is a cosmic wake-up call. No shame, no fear, just clarity. You're not being shamed or pressured. You're receiving an invitation to rise to the occasion of your own growth. Answer the call. Okay. Judgment upright meaning. When judgment appears upright, it's a spiritual alarm clock going off. In many decks, figures on this card rise from coffins, arms lifted towards a glowing angel blowing a trumpet. It's resurrection energy, renewal, rebirth, and reckoning all in one. This card calls you to evaluate your past with honesty so you can move forward with intention. It's not about shame. Integration is the way. You're being asked to level up by owning your story, forgiving yourself and others, and responding to the call of your higher purpose. You're not who you used to be, and that's the point. Huh. Huh. I feel like I need the reverse just to understand it more. All right. Judgment reversed. You may be ignoring your inner call. Maybe you're clinging to outdated narrative, shying away from accountability, or getting stuck in a loop of self-doubt that keeps you playing small. This reversal can reflect resistance to change, fear of making the wrong choice, or an inability to trust the process of growth. Are you judging yourself too harshly or avoiding the truth of who you're becoming? The judgment card reversed doesn't mean the call has gone away. You're just not listening to it. It's time to stop hitting snooze on your soul. Self-awareness. Ah. Huh. Huh. For some reason, this reminds me of Final Fantasy VII Advent Children. I feel like there's not much to say about this. A lot of these latter cards are starting to feel more straightforward. Okay. All right, all right. Next one, I guess. Oh, it's the last one. We are the world. Why do I hear the Lion King Circle of Life theme playing in my head? Bruh. Okay. The naked woman hovers or dances above the earth holding a baton in each hand, surrounded by a wreath being watched by 4 living creatures of mythology: a man, a lion, an ox, and an eagle. Okay. And then symbolizes fire, earth sign, air sign, and water sign. Okay. Keywords being assured success, recompense, voyage, route, emigration, flight, change of place. Reversed, inertia, fixity, stagnation, permanence. Okay. Huh. Okay. Huh. You did it, for real. The world is your victory lap. It's integration, completion, and the sense that your hard-earned wisdom is finally clicking into place. Celebrate, reflect, and then get ready to begin again. Alright. The world upright. When the world appears upright, it's a sign that a major cycle has come to completion. In other words, you've leveled up. Traditional depictions of this card show a figure dancing inside a wreath of victory, holding 2 wands and surrounded by images representing the 4 fixed signs of the zodiac, just like the Wheel of Fortune. It's cosmic harmony, balance, and mastery. This card is about fulfillment, achievement, and wholeness, not just in what you've done, but in who you've become. You've grown, you've healed, you've learned the lessons, and now you're ready to either bask in the glow or begin again from a wiser, more expanded place. You're not ending, you're arriving. Ah. The world reversed meaning. When the world is reversed, you might be almost there, but something's left unfinished. Maybe you're hesitating to close a chapter or struggling to integrate what you've learned. This reversal can point to delays in reaching a goal, the difficulty finding closure, or a cycle you keep repeating because you haven't fully stepped into the final lesson. This whole thing could be over if you just let it be. It could also suggest that you're skipping over the celebration because you're so focused on what's next. The world reverse asks, what would it take to fully honor this moment? This feels like the ending of Wheel of Fortune, but not necessarily a full stop ending. Ugh. Honestly, this card, there's just a song that plays in my head, like, celebrate good times, come on. Yep. Damn. These last cards are more, like, they really are straightforward. Wow. And just like that, we've managed to go through all 22 cards of the major arcana. Let's go. That's like almost 4 hours of stream. God damn, we did it, chat. Woo. Ugh. That's something. It's very enlightening, I would say. It feels very enlightening to learn about the major arcana, and I feel so much more knowledgeable, and it just makes me even more eager for when I get the chance to get another reading, because I'm not gonna feel as blind going into it. Like, if I see a card emerge, it's like, uh-oh, like, expectation. Are we in for the minor arcanas also? Not today. We might do it on a separate stream. I might actually do minor arcanas in a membership, but yeah. Since I think minor arcanas is gonna be like very niche, so if ever we do it, it's gonna be having your own understanding will really heighten the reading. For real. That was so much fun. Bro, I'm so excited. I feel like since I have the standard rider weight, I feel like I want to buy, because the shopping center near me has a ton of tarot card decks. I kind of want to buy one tomorrow. I want to buy another deck. I want to see which deck speaks to me. Thank you for the stream. This helped me learn more and get used to my own deck. So thank you, Ryan. Aww. You're very much welcome. And thank you for joining in for the ride. Oh, man. I guess we're spending tomorrow. Especially remembering how much some of those decks are. It's like... But I feel like it'll be fun. And since I can't get a hold of my Rider Waite deck back home at the Dino Fam place, it allows me the opportunity to have a deck that I can practice on as well. Auden! You've done an amazing job, right? Thank you for the stream. Deck funds. Auden, thank you! Thank you for the Ryzono. Thank you for your contribution to my further study of the tarot. But one thing I will say, this is not the end. We will be circling back to this sometime in the future through other forms of stream. My goal here is I eventually want to do readings, not just for the FSP boys, but I'm also planning to come up with a special way of reading for my Ryzars. It's going to take some time because I really want to develop my own system of reading in a way that I can do on stream. So, yeah. Tarot funds. Thank you for the stream, right? Thank you, Winters. Thank you, Doge. I would love that. Yeah, I appreciate more insight for sure. And I feel like another activity that would be fun is once because I also have to coordinate with well, I guess what I can do is okay, wait, let me explain the situation here. So even if I want a hand cam tarot card reading, what's hard is the copyrights, trademarks, copyrights, whatever, on the visual. So I can't just hand cam a tarot card. So what I might do is I can do the card draws in real time, but what I end up doing is I use the digital images of the Rider Waite and show that on the screen instead of my own deck. Yeah. So we'll probably do that in the future. We'll definitely do like a group reading where I draw the cards and then we'll all discuss like what our interpretation of the cards are. And I think that'll be like another fun activity that we can do together. Yo, Vic, thank you for the pumpkin Ryzupa. Adding to the tarot funds. Also, thank you much for the informative stream. It was fun. Aw. Thank you as well. Thank you for again, I'm just really glad and I'm really thankful that you guys indulged my whimsy for the day. This was definitely one of those streams that was much more indulgent towards satisfying my curiosity rather. And thank you for bearing with me, guys. We need to make this Dinoboi's own tarot deck. Oh my god. It's always super fun. Oh, thank you. Yeah. I'm really excited to buy a deck tomorrow. I'm very, very excited. Especially since I'm not streaming tomorrow. That means I'll have time. Because I'm going to be working all day tomorrow. But I also have time. That also means I have time to like lost the bet he didn't go pee. That's true. I didn't pee within the first hour. Lamau. I'm probably gonna pee after stream though, 100%. Holy shit, it is late. That's crazy. I can't believe stream went all the way up to almost 4 hours. Bro got the bladder of a champion. I got way too invested, man. I got so invested in today's tarot discussion. Rich green orange. Those for the cotton candy Ryzupa. Thank you, Cupcake. Big heart to you. He is geriatric but doesn't have old man bladder. Right? Finally, some good news. And yes, don't forget to check out my voice pack, guys. Not just my own, but also the rest of Ravenous. Ooh, I actually have the schedule ready. So again, heads up, I won't be streaming tomorrow because it's Zanny's birthday. I will likely pop in for call-ins for Zanny's birthday though. So you can expect me. You'll probably see me pop in on Zanny's stream. But other than that, yeah. No stream tomorrow because of that. Actually, you know what? Why don't I show you guys the schedule for the week? I have the schedule ready. I probably won't be posting it till tomorrow though, but shit, wait, where's my schedule? Okay. Schedules. Okay. Let me grab this tarot real quick. And holy shit. I got so confused for a moment. Okay. Oh. Oh. Here's our schedule for the week. Y'all ready? Y'all ready for schedule of the week? All right, ready or not? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Schedule of the week. First off, featuring art by Hage as commissioned by our dearest Mia Moore. Thank you so much, Mia Moore, for having this art commission. It's so good. I've been wanting to use this art for a schedule for a while, and yeah, finally I was able to use it. Thank you, Mia. Mwah. Big love to you, Cupcake. Okay. This is for April 6th to 12. Looking here to this side. Monday, studying Tarot 101 as what's happening right now. Tuesday, like I said, it's going to be day off. Wednesday, we have Onigiri Shop Simulator. We already, by the way, heads up, we already have thumbnails for Onigiri Shop Simulator and Minecraft. We don't have a thumbnail for Clover Pit, Suika Game, and well, for the detention one, I might use the same thumbnail from last time. But yeah, in case anybody wants to help cook some thumbnails, Clover Pit and Suika Game are still open for the taking. Do take note that for our Asia time zoners, our Saturday stream is happening in the morning, the Suika one, meaning I technically won't be streaming in the evening. So I'm going to be having the night off on Saturday. So yeah. Yay. And that's our schedule for the week. I will post this tomorrow. I'm going to see if I can implement a fix because we also have another stream happening. Ravenous is going to be reviewing the voice packs on Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And I wasn't able to include it in this graphic. I'm going to see if I can include it last minute. If not, I'll just mention it in the description. Oh, and I also have a collab with Altus. I'm doing I believe it's Sunday. Yeah, I'm playing GeoGuessr with Altus. If you guys remember, one of my very first collabs with Altus is GeoGuessr. So we're going to be playing GeoGuessr as a throwback to that collab this weekend. So yes, to the Onifang enjoyers, you're finally getting your Onifang fix after so long. Yep, big throwback, right? Okay. Yes, anyways, that is our schedule. There we go. Fun. That was so much fun. Thank you. Oh, yo, Cupcake, don't forget to like and subscribe to this, by the way, okay? Don't forget to like the stream. Helps your Dinoboi with the algorithm. Don't forget to subscribe. Enjoy the stream. Yeah. Like, subscribe, treats, whatever floats your boat. Am I forgetting anything? Yeah, that's mostly it. Oh, and of course, yeah, Sunday detention. We will be releasing the rest of the detention slips. I'm going to be working on that all week. Make sure that I have them ready for you guys. So for those of you that haven't been sent to detention yet, who haven't been issued their slips. Oh, also, one last thing. I'm not sure what stream yet, but it's come to my attention that there might have been some Ryzars, especially the North American time zone Ryzars, that might have wanted to participate in the detention stream by having a slip but weren't able to. So probably on Saturday, I might temporarily open the slots for that. So if you're able to drop by on Saturday for the Suika stream, you guys can get your detention slips last minute there. However, note that depending on how many I manage to work on over the course of the week, I might limit the slots for it. So there might be limited slots in case there is anyone that wanted to get their detention slip but wasn't able to during the last stream due to time zone or whatnot. Okay, am I forgetting anything else? No, I think we're good. I think we are very, very good. Thank you again for today, Cupcake! Otse, we did so good. Y'all were amazing. Thank you for educating me on the major arcana. You guys, again, like I said, you guys made this so much fun. You guys were so insightful. I feel like I am ending this stream feeling so much more knowledgeable and informed now. But yes, I do need to rest my throat. I mean, my throat has been a bit iffy, so I feel, yes, I must rest it now. But yeah, it's been fun. It's been really fun, Cupcake. Thank you again. Big Otso. Wait, did I miss any treats, by the way? Let me double check. Okay, I think we covered everyone. Oh, by the way! Pause. Thank you so much to thank you so much to Luna as well as to Arlene for the Rizonos the other day. this was during the time I was supposed to be streaming Go, but I had not. This was like before when I was supposed to stream Go. But yeah, thank you, Arlene, and thank you, Luna, for the off-stream treats. Thank you so much. Yes, the sneaks. They got some sneaky sneaks in. Thank you so much, you sweeties. I appreciate you. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up that I have seen your Rhizonos, and I appreciate the sweet messages that came along with them. All right, yes, I'll take my leave now. Once again, this has been Ryzar Blazenfang, one heck of a Dinoboi from First Stage Production EN's second generation Ravenous. I will be sending you all over to... Probably send you guys to Cass. I think Cass is like practicing right now. Oh, wait, no. I'll send you guys to... I'll send you guys to Ash, actually. Ash is doing a VP review. Yeah, go check out Ash, guys. All right. Take care, guys. I need to rest my throat now, so I'm going to stop talking. Bye-bye. Well, I'm still going to be talking to end screen, but I'm going to limit my speech vocal rest. Yeah. Bye, Cupcake. Love you guys. Bye. Ah, good Lord. My throat. I need to get some of that dust into my throat. Oof. Man. I still need to record stuff, man, but my throat has just like been a pain in the booty. Drink tons of water too. Oh yes, I should do that too. All right. Thank you again, Cupcake. That's fun. I'm so excited to get a deck tomorrow. I'm so excited. Bro, I hope whatever I spot, which one speaks to me, isn't too expensive. I do not want to spend too much on a deck. Pretty please. I know there's one deck. There was one deck that caught my eye, I remember. This was like last year though. If it's still there, it might be the one I go for, but we'll see. Because they have a lot of options. So we'll see how it goes. Alright, Cupcake. Till next time. Dinoboi out. Bunmoe, thank you for the banana rice zupa. Thank you for the tarot funds. Thank you, Cupcake. From one tarot reader to another. Miss Munchkins, thank you. That makes me even more excited. I can't wait to be a tarot reader, officially. Thank you, Miss Munchkins. And yes, I am always watching. I see you all. Thank you.